What's going on, guys? Let me know if you can hear me or not. Sorry for the delay. Just had to get some food. I'm actually in the process of finishing my meal. So I'm going to be joining shortly. But we have a major emergency alert, guys. Okay, there's currently a standoff at the border with Mexico and Texas. The Texas governor is saying he's ready for a conflict with the federal government, and apparently the Biden administration has warned or threatened Texas authorities to remove their forces from the border. Okay, so things are really escalating. And tonight's beverage sponsor is Żywiec, which is a Polish brewery. Highly recommend it to any of you guys that are into adult beverages. What's going on, Mud and Munitions? What's going on, Duramax News? Good to see you. Duramax News is a great source for live news coverage. So this whole situation could spiral out of control, guys. Okay, we could literally have the Texas National Guard getting into a shootout with the U.S. military or U.S. SOCOM. If you watched my update from earlier today, in 2015, the U.S. SOCOM did a massive exercise called Jade Helm. Some of you guys might remember that. And during the Jade Helm exercise, Texas was one of the states that they identified as a hostile state. Okay, this was under the Obama administration. So they did like a red team, blue team exercise. And basically the blue states like California, Nevada, and Colorado were the good guys. And Texas and Utah were the bad guys. And it was some kind of a exercise basically with U.S. SOCOM, Special Operations, okay? So there's a lot of things that Biden has in his toolbox. He just canceled some licenses, or he put a moratorium on licenses for liquid natural gas, which would hurt Texas tremendously. There's other ways he can squeeze Texas without actually deploying forces into Texas. But if he needs to, he can deploy forces, guys. Okay, he's got the U.S. SOCOM. They've trained for this type of a situation. Okay, this is something they've trained for. So it's very possible that the U.S. military could go into Texas and try to forcibly overpower the Texas National Guard. There's a lot of Democrats now calling for Biden to federalize the Texas National Guard, because the president can do that, because the National Guard, although it's controlled by state governors, the U.S. president ultimately has control of every state's National Guard. And so he could federalize the Texas National Guard, which basically would mean they would come under his control. And if he did that, anybody resisting orders would be court-martialed, okay? So that's another thing he could do. Then the soldiers, the individual soldiers that are on the border right now, putting up that barbed wire, standing there, manning their posts, they would be liable for court-martial if they resist the orders to stand down, okay? So this could really go sideways, and this could really escalate into a very, very serious situation, okay? So I'm going to be monitoring that tonight, and we're going to see what happens. We also have breaking news coming in that the U.S. is going to be deploying nuclear weapons to Britain for the first time in 15 years, okay? That is absolutely huge, and Russia warned the U.S. not to do that. Putin was just in Kaliningrad. Kaliningrad is that little piece of Russian land stuck between Poland and Lithuania. Putin was just there. He hasn't been there in quite a while. And NATO is doing this massive exercise, quote unquote exercise. Really, it's a forward deployment of forces, masked as an exercise. Okay, 90,000 troops. Okay, 90,000 troops, guys. That is insane. All right. And I'm still getting emails constantly. Every single day, I get multiple emails, people telling me that they're seeing unusual military activity in their area where they live. Okay. I had another person send me an email from the Colorado area, Colorado Springs area, and this person confirmed what another person said, that they saw massive amounts of U.S. Army equipment, heavy equipment, okay, tanks, armored vehicles, being loaded onto trains. Now, Fort Carson is in the Colorado Springs area, and Fort Carson is a massive facility. They have a massive artillery training ground, and a lot of the brigades that go to Poland are from Fort Carson. So there's a massive amount of equipment and forces coming out of Fort Carson going most likely to Europe as part of this quote unquote exercise. But it's really not an exercise, guys. I think that the US and NATO have intelligence, credible intelligence, that Russia is going to make their big move finally on the Baltics this year, and they're scrambling to get everything into position. Think about it. Why would Putin suddenly go to Kaliningrad? Why would the Russian dead hand system suddenly be activated? Okay, so things are really getting crazy. Okay, and tonight there was another commercial ship that was hit by a Houthi missile, and that ship had jet fuel on it, and apparently the ship caught on fire, and they had to evacuate the entire crew. There's apparently some French warships that are assisting to evacuate that crew. So it's escalating over there. It's escalating in Europe. It's escalating here in the U.S. Okay, all we need now is for North Korea and China to do something, and they will do something soon. It's just a matter of time. So get prepared, guys. Okay, things are really spiraling out of control. All right. Um, so with that being said, I will be back in a few minutes. I'm just going to finish my meal here. So I will be back in a couple more minutes, and we will continue the live coverage of the standoff in Texas, and also we will cover the situation in Europe and also in the Middle East and Asia. So I'll be right back. Stay tuned. All right, guys, let me know if you can hear me or not. I'm back. Thanks for your patience. Um, so, yeah, we have a very, very serious situation going on in Texas right now. Um, this could be what causes the second civil WAR in this country. We'll have to wait and see how this plays out, but it's not looking too good right now. And Greg Abbott on his Twitter page just posted today, 4 hours ago, Texas will continue to exercise its constitutional right. That's what he just posted on Twitter. He said Texas will continue to exercise its constitutional right to protect and defend our southern border. In President Biden's absence, we will hold the line to keep Texans and Americans safe. Okay. And he posted on the Texas government website, Operation Lone Star holds the line to defend southern border. Let me see if I can put this on the screen for you. But we also had some major breaking news coming in from Israel. Israel put the heads of diplomatic missions in Israel on high alert, and the Israeli government basically told all the embassies that they need to be prepared for a security escalation that may result in power outages, and that they should have generators and check if their generators have enough fuel, and also to make sure that their satellite phones work. Okay. So something is brewing in Israel, guys. Okay. Something is brewing. Could be Hezbollah. They may go after Hezbollah. There's a lot of indications that Israel's going to go after Hezbollah. So very, very serious situation. The world is just absolutely insane right now. Israel just did an exercise with their healthcare industry and with hospitals and clinics in northern Israel. They were practicing and preparing for a mass casualty situation in northern Israel, which would basically only be caused by a war. Okay. Mama of Six, thank you for gifting 20 memberships. I really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. God bless and happy Friday. Hope you guys are having a great Friday so far, and I hope you guys have something fun planned for the weekend. It's important to have some time to relax and do some fun things every now and then. So make sure you go ahead and do that. But you can still listen to my emergency alerts while you're having fun on the weekends as well. So make sure you're still tuning in and watching my updates, because there's a lot going on right now. God's Country Homestead says, I stand with America. Stop this BS. End Times Bible Study says, thank you, Texas, for holding the line. What's going on, Smoke and Swamp Outdoors? Lorna, thanks for moderating. You're the best. Guys, Lorna is like one of the best moderators I've ever had. I mean, she is fantastic. She helps me out quite a bit on this channel. And so thank you so much, Lorna. I appreciate you. K. Paul, another excellent moderator. All the moderators here are just fantastic. I've never had any issues with any of them. Very good moderators here. I'm very blessed, and I'm very humbled and honored to have you guys here with me. Thank you so much for your time, and for helping me out. So, End Times Bible Study, thank you so much for the donation. God bless you. And I hope everything's going well with you. Hope you're having a great Friday night. So we have this ship that was hit by a Houthi missile. This is just breaking news right now coming in. This is the Marlin Luanda. Apparently, this ship was hit by a Houthi missile and is currently on fire. Apparently, the Indian Navy is responding. No reported injuries. The ship was reportedly carrying a cargo of naphtha, which is a component of jet fuel. So that's pretty serious, guys. This evening, we had several rocket alerts in northern Israel near the border with Lebanon. There were also several loud kabooms reported in southern Lebanon. So I really think we're on the eve of an Israeli operation into southern Lebanon. I think it's going to happen any day now, maybe even tomorrow or Sunday. I think it's coming very soon. I think it's coming very soon. Israel's preparing for it. We have some breaking news that came in earlier today that apparently Hezbollah has moved 10 kilometers away from the border with Israel. So they've moved back 10 kilometers from the border with Israel because they're anticipating that Israel is going to come in the coming days. And apparently Israel is preparing their bases for some type of a massive preemptive strike by Hezbollah, because if Hezbollah knows that Israel's coming in any day, Hezbollah is going to launch everything they have at the Israeli bases in northern Israel. So Israel's making preparations right now for that. So very, very serious situation, guys. Very serious. And what you're looking at on the screen here are cameras from Eagle Pass. This is where the Texas National Guard is currently deployed at. This is the Eagle Pass border crossing from the Texas side. Okay, so you're looking towards Mexico from Texas. So these are just several cameras overlooking the area. And we're going to have to wait and see if there's going to be a massive standoff or massive showdown between the Texas National Guard and the U.S. military. I mean, the U.S. SOCOM could get involved. I mean, this could really, really be, a very serious situation, okay? What is my opinion on bringing this border conflict to an end? What's going on, John Montgomery? Thank you so much for the $20 donation. Yeah, I mean, my opinion is that I think that Biden has to come to the table and negotiate with Greg Abbott. He can't just, be stubborn and think that he's going to force his way and everybody's going to just do what he says because the Supreme Court ruled in his favor. Okay, Greg Abbott has said he's not going to back down. He doesn't care about what the Supreme Court said. He basically said in his statement that the Constitution is the law of the land, and he doesn't give a crap about the Supreme Court. He doesn't give a crap about Biden's executive orders or anything else. So what we have here are basically two people that are not backing down. Okay, Greg Abbott's not backing down and Biden is not backing down. So the only thing that can happen here is either they negotiate, come to some kind of an agreement, or one side backs down completely, or this just escalates into basically a full-fledged battle, okay, a war, a shootout between the Texas National Guard and U.S. military forces. So those are the three things that could happen. So we'll have to wait and see. But I think Biden needs to, sit down and talk with Greg Abbott and, figure out something that they can agree on to kind of de-escalate the tensions here. But right now, Biden thinks, oh, I'm the boss. You have to do what I say. You're just the governor. I'm the president. I'm not going to negotiate with you. It doesn't work that way, okay? It's not going to end well if Biden does that, okay? So that's my opinion, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. There has to be some more dialogue here, more dialogue between Greg Abbott and Biden. And right now there's no dialogue. Someone said it's buffering bad. That must be your connection, Lynn, because I don't think anybody else is saying that it's buffering. Is it buffering for anyone else? My feed is showing that it's good quality right now, so it should be fine. It might be your connection, Lynn. Good to see you in here, by the way, Lynn. I hope you're doing well. Convoys starting this week. What kind of convoys are we talking about, Roaming Prepper? National Guard and U.S. military will come together as one. It's possible, yeah. We'll have to wait and see. Biden, a lot of Democrats are asking Biden to federalize the National Guard in Texas, okay? So if he federalizes the National Guard, like I said, that's going to force the National Guardsmen in Texas to, answer to Biden, basically, okay? And whether they do that or not, we'll have to wait and see, because if they disobey orders, then that's grounds for court-martial. So they may not want to, risk going to prison. Okay, it's hard to say, put yourself in their shoes, obviously. Angela Commander, thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate it. Prep with Greg and pray with God. The Lord is our strength and shield. Amen, Angela. I agree. We have to trust in God. There's so much crazy stuff going on, so we have to trust in God. That's really very, very important. Gene W., thank you for gifting 10 memberships. Really appreciate it. Good to see you in here. Appreciate you guys. Duramax News, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. I appreciate it. And Poopy McScoopy, how's it going? I got your email, by the way. I will send that out to you soon. Yeah, this could all go down tomorrow. It could happen tonight. I mean, any day now. This could all, let me just show you guys this Jade Helm thing. If you don't remember what Jade Helm was. By the way, we have a heavy U.S. Reconnaissance activity right now in the Black Sea. Okay, we have this RQ-4 Global Hawk here. If you look on the bottom right corner of the screen, you can see Forte 15, which is a RQ-4 Global Hawk. And what's interesting is first it was doing these loops here in the western Black Sea, and now it's in the eastern Black Sea, which is interesting. So what you can see here is basically this drone is providing targeting information to the Ukrainians. Don't be surprised if later on tonight while we're streaming or tomorrow, there's breaking news that Ukraine launched drones at Crimea or the Black Sea Fleet, because what this is a targeting pattern. So you have this drone flying over here in the western Black Sea, and what it's doing is, if you notice, it's flying kind of parallel to the western shore of Crimea, which is where Russia has their Black Sea Fleet. Okay. that's where one of their main naval bases in the Black Sea is right here. So it's flying back and forth, parallel to the Crimea, the western side of Crimea, and it's getting information on all these bases here. It's collecting information for the Ukrainians, and then it did that for a little while, and now it's in the eastern Black Sea. And look where it's flying. It's flying parallel to the Kerch Bridge and Novorossiysk. Okay, right here. These two areas here. You have the bridge this is area where Putin built that massive bridge connecting Crimea to Russia years ago. And then here you have Novorossiysk, which is one of the main naval bases there. Okay, so looks like Ukraine may try to hit Novorossiysk or the Kerch Bridge or the western part of Crimea with drones or even potentially cruise missiles. Okay, so the situation with Ukraine is just continuing to spiral out of control. Let me see if I can just put this up on the screen for you, this Jade Helm exercise. It's just really weird, the similarities between their exercise and what is going on now. Okay, so hopefully you can see this now. Maybe not. Let me see. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So what you're looking at here is a map that was provided by the U.S. SOCOM and U.S. military when they were doing the Jade Helm exercise. And what you see here is the Democrat states, California, Nevada, Colorado, are considered to be permissive or the good guys, and the red states are considered to be hostile or the bad guys. And you have Utah and you have Texas, and they're both identified as hostile. And then you have Arizona, which is categorized as uncertain, leaning friendly but uncertain. And then you have New Mexico, which is leaning hostile but also uncertain. So it looks like the U.S. government has already prepared for this situation, guys. That's what it looks like to me. So, if this escalates, they already know what to do. They've already practiced this out. They've already war gamed it. They've practiced it. To me, this looks like a practice for a secession or something, a civil WAR. But this was almost 10 years ago. This was in 2015, guys. Okay. So, it's really bizarre. Resistor, thank you so much for gifting 20 memberships. God bless. And TGIF, happy Friday. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for gifting those memberships. How did the exercise end? Nobody really knows. They did this exercise over several months. I know that they practiced parachuting into urban areas. There were actually Black Hawks that were flying over various cities in the Southwest, and they were literally fast roping down Black Hawks into big cities. There were some cities that were actually cleared out. Certain sections of the cities were cleared out and cordoned off because the U.S. SOCOM was practicing doing airborne landings in the downtown areas of these big cities in the Southwest. And they were fast roping on top of buildings, and they were also practicing urban warfare in these cities. They were going downtown through cities, street by street, block by block. To me, it sounds like training for, a civil WAR, but or martial law. But that was almost 10 years ago, guys. Okay, so it's pretty bizarre. Okay, so wanted to just share that with you. Let's see what else. What other information do I have here? So if you missed my live stream last night, I'll just update you again on the situation with Israel. The Financial Times has reported that Israel has sent out messages to all the different foreign embassies in Israel, um, asking them to prepare for power outages, saying that there could be a security escalation soon that could result in power outages. The Israeli government asked them if they possess generators and how long they could run on a full tank of fuel. They also asked the diplomatic missions whether they had satellite phones, and if so, to test them by contacting the Israeli Foreign Ministry. So the Israeli Foreign Ministry was literally asking all the embassies in Israel to practice with their satellite phones to check if their satellite phones work by calling the Israeli Foreign Ministry with them, okay, and checking to make sure they have enough fuel in their generators, okay? So to me, that's a red flag. Nobody cares. Everybody thinks it's fear mongering. Oh, it's fear mongering. That's what everybody says. Oh, nothing's going to happen. It's just fear mongering. Everything will be fine. I mean, if you want to believe that, that's fine. If that helps you sleep at night, being in denial, that's your choice. But, don't corrupt my subscribers with that. Okay. If sticking your head in the sand makes you feel better, go for it. Okay. But it's not going to hide the reality. You can try to escape from reality as much as you want, but reality is always going to be there waiting for you when you come back. Okay. And the more you try to escape, the worse it's going to be. You have to face the truth at some point. Okay. Rip Curl Readiness, what's going on? He says the sheriffs in pro-Texas states should use their power to deputize American citizens and use them to defend the border work they are doing. Shannon James says Florida here, glad to be from a state sending support. Delta 56 says yes, posse comitatus. Sunrise Sue, thank you so much for supporting my channel. I appreciate it. It looks like Lynn Dunn, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Lynn. Is it your birthday, Lynn Dunn? Someone said it was your birthday. Oh, yeah. Happy birthday, Lynn. Wow. That's awesome. What are you going to be doing for your birthday? I hope you do something fun this weekend. Wow. I would sing happy birthday, but I don't want to. I don't want to cause everybody's ears to bleed. Blue Angel says, I want to know what's going on versus not knowing what's going on. Mud and Munitions. How's it going, Mud? The sheriffs can deputize anyone they want within their county. They also are the supreme law of the land for that county. They can boot the feds out. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens if the feds come in. If the feds come in or not. But it doesn't look like Biden's backing down at all, so I don't know. Let me see here. Let me see. I have some footage from Texas here. Let me see if I can put that up on the screen. Actually, let's read this statement from Greg Abbott. He just posted this today. I'm going to put this up on the screen. Let me see here. Okay. Let's see here. This was posted to the Texas government website. So he says here, Operation Lone Star holds the line to defend the southern border. This was posted today. Governor Greg Abbott, the Texas Department of Public Safety, and the Texas National Guard continue to work together to secure the border, stop the smuggling of drugs, weapons, and people into Texas, and prevent, detect, and interdict transnational criminal activity between ports of entry. Since the launch of Operation Lone Star, the multi-agency effort has led to over 496,700 illegal immigrant apprehensions and more than 38,700 criminal arrests, with more than 35,100 felony charges. That's insane. In the fight against the fentanyl crisis, Texas law enforcement has seized over 454 million lethal doses of fentanyl during this border mission. Operation Lone Star continues to fill the dangerous gaps created by the Biden administration's refusal to secure the border. Every individual who is apprehended or arrested and every ounce of drugs seized would have otherwise made their way into communities across Texas and the nation due to President Joe Biden's open border policies. On Wednesday, Governor Greg Abbott issued a statement on Texas' constitutional right to defend and protect itself as President Joe Biden continues to attack Texas and refuse to perform his duties to secure the border. The executive branch of the United States has a constitutional duty to enforce federal laws protecting states, including immigration laws on the books right now, read the statement. President Biden has instructed his agencies to ignore federal statutes that mandate the detention of illegal immigrants. The failure of the Biden administration to fulfill the duties imposed by Article 4 Section 4 has triggered Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3, which reserves to this state the right of self-defense. For these reasons, I have already declared an invasion under Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3 to invoke Texas's constitutional authority to defend and protect itself. That authority is the supreme law of the land and supersedes any federal statutes to the contrary. Wow. Okay. Very strong words there. Very strong. Let's see if I can open up that statement so we can read it. Wow. Let's see here. I'm going to try to get that statement for you so we can read it together. See what's going on with that statement there. Let's just check the border here. So far, the border looks quiet as far as any kind of military deployments go. Jason Casper, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. I appreciate it. NCMTN Man 89, thank you for the donation. Watching for cartels to flank from the south. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The cartels definitely want to make their way in. And Gene W., thank you for gifting 10 memberships. I'm not sure if I missed that or not, but thank you very much. I want to also mention, if there was ever a World War III Red Dawn scenario in America, if you guys have ever seen Red Dawn, where the Russians and the Chinese invade America, I think one of the ways they would invade us is through Mexico. Okay. I've said this for years. You can actually go back through my videos from like 5 years ago when I first started my channel. I did a video on how a U.S. invasion would look like, and I've always said this, and I'm not going to change my thoughts on this, because I think if we were ever to get invaded, this is how it would go down. What they would do is they would use the cartels and all the different factions in Latin America. Okay, Russia and China would arm them. Okay, Russia and China would arm the cartels, and they would set them loose through Mexico, through Texas, through Arizona, New Mexico. They would come up from Mexico. They would invade us through there. And then simultaneously, Russia and China would come across the Arctic and make landings in northern Canada. And they would set up landing spots in Canada, and they would conquer the northern part of Canada and isolate Alaska. And then once they isolate Alaska, they can either go after Alaska and try to take it, or they can push south all the way down to southern Canada. And then at that point, they're right on our northern border, and then we have all the cartels in the southern border invading us. And then at that point, they just attack us from the north and from the south. They could also make amphibious landings on the east and west coast. They can send ships of troops and equipment. But that's how I think it would go down. Russia and China would do something like that. They would work with the cartels to invade us. They would arm the cartels, give them weapons, give them air defenses, give them, grad launchers. I mean, could you imagine if Russia gave, the cartels like thousands of grad launchers, and they just parked those things right on our border and just started lobbing rockets into Texas and Arizona like they do in Ukraine, in like Kharkiv and all these border areas near Russia, where they were just pounding it with artillery for months on end. They could do that here too. Okay. It's very possible. All right. So hopefully it never comes. Hopefully that day never comes, but it's definitely very possible. That's why it's always good to be in a mountainous area, a mountainous forested terrain. If you're a prepper, it's very important to either live in or be close to mountainous forested terrain. Even if it's not mountainous, but if it's forested, you want forested terrain, so you have some camouflage, you have concealment. If you have these invading forces, if you have a big ranch in the middle of the prairie, you're going to be a target. Okay. But if you have a secluded cabin in a really thick wooded area, you're in a good spot. It's not going to be easy to be found. Ross Snyderman, good to see you. Yeah, fill in those prepping gaps. Yeah, fill in your prepping gaps. See what you still need. See what you have. It's not always about, how much land you have or how much ammo you have. It's not always about that. It's, if you're tight for money, if you can't move, you can still prepare. Okay. Prepping is not just about how big your bank account is and what kind of stuff you can accumulate. It's also about having plans, having knowledge, practicing your skills, staying in shape, familiarizing yourself with your area. Those are things that don't really cost much. Okay. It doesn't cost you much to read a book about wild edibles. It doesn't cost much to go and spend a day in the forest hiking and, practicing some wilderness skills. It doesn't cost much to build a bug out bag or some kind of go bag. Okay. Um, you need to also have good plans. If you're in a situation where you're close to a big city, you need to have a plan. Okay. What are you going to do when millions of people in that big city are going to flood out to your area when there's a crisis? Okay. That crisis could be anything. It could be a nuclear war. It could be civil unrest. It could be natural disaster. What are you going to do? Because that will happen, and it has happened in the past. Okay. Anytime there's a major crisis in big cities, people try to get out of them. Okay. Nobody wants to be stuck in a massive city with no water, no electricity, no sewage, nothing. Okay, no resources, no nothing. I mean, there's nothing in a city. Cities don't have. I mean, you can't even collect water in a city. Okay. If you're even in the suburbs, at least you can go outside and you can maybe find a pond or a stream, or you can collect rainwater. In a city, I mean, there's nothing. I mean, you don't have anything to work with. It's just concrete and steel, and that's it. Okay. And millions of other people squeezed into that same city as you. So it's basically a death trap. So you need to have a really solid plan if you live near a city like that, or if you live in a city like that. Then you need a very, very solid plan. Um, because if there is any kind of crisis, there will be millions of people that are going to be desperate, unprepared, hungry, thirsty, injured, sick, and they're all going to be flooding out of the cities looking for shelter, trying to get away, trying to get to the countryside where there's more resources. Maybe they can ransack a few houses along the way. I mean, people will do anything. Okay. If they're hungry, okay, your coworker, your friend, even people in your family, when they get hungry enough, everything goes out the window. They're not going to care if that, oh, you were friends with them. Or I mean, maybe some people will, obviously. I mean, I'm not trying to be that cynical, but just think about the average person that's unprepared. They're going to lose a lot of their inhibitions. Okay. If there's a crisis, they don't have food. They haven't eaten in days. Their kids haven't eaten in days. They haven't had water in hours, or not hours. They haven't had water for a day or so. If they see that your house has lights on and is stocked up and looks clean and prepared, guess what? They're going to go to your house and they're going to try to take everything and anything they can. Okay. And at that point, you have to use force to protect your stuff. Okay. Because your stuff is your livelihood. If you don't protect your stuff, you're going to die and your family's going to die. Okay. So, you need to be prepared for that. You need to think about what to do in that situation. Most of all, you will not be able to trust anybody after an SHTF situation. It's going to be hard to trust anybody, really, except like immediate family. Okay, it's going to be very difficult to trust people because they're going to be desperate and they're going to do whatever it takes to survive. Okay, I've talked to people, even people that I'm friends with. I mean, even, I hate to say this, but I've had conversations with my friends, acquaintances, coworkers over the years about, hey, what would you do if there was a nuclear war? And I literally had people I know that I've been friends with tell me straight up, I'm just going to go, I'm going to take my rifle and I'm just going to go to my neighbor's house and demand that they give me their food. Literally had somebody tell me that. Okay. Law-abiding citizen, never got in trouble. Someone literally just said, if it comes down to it, my kids are starving, I'm starving, I'm going to take what I need to survive. If I have to take from my neighbor by force, it's survival of the fittest at that point. So you need to be prepared for that, guys. Okay. Uh, so, yeah, psychopaths. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just look at like any of the hurricanes. I mean, like for example, I'll give an example, a personal example. Sort of. I mean, didn't actually happen to me, but when I was living in New York during Hurricane Sandy, some of you guys may remember Hurricane Sandy if you're from the New York area. It wasn't particularly a strong hurricane, like as far as wind. Like for Southerners, Hurricane Sandy is like nothing. It's like a tropical storm. It was barely a Category 1 when it made landfall in New York. Okay, but it caused like massive flooding, massive storm surge because of the timing. There was like a high tide, and then on top of that, the way that the winds were blowing, they were blowing all the water on shore, and the tide didn't allow the water to retreat. So there was like 10 or 20 feet of ocean water that came in and flooded coastal areas. People were without power. People had no supplies, no generators. I mean, forget about a generator. They didn't have food even. Okay. Most Americans don't have more than 2 weeks of food in their house. They just buy food week to week. They don't have any spare food. And there were people literally fist fighting at gas stations because they were filling up their gas. There was massive lines for gas. People were fist fighting for gas. Okay. Um, so John Jones, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. That's why you don't tell anyone what you have. Yeah, you don't want to start broadcasting what you have. I have all this. Look, check out my supplies. You never want to do that. You always want to, keep things secret as much as possible. But so, just think about those things because, the world is really getting crazy now with all the stuff going on overseas. And then now we have this situation with Texas. Think about what you would do. What if there was a nuclear war? What if Russia finally decides that they're going to just launch nukes at us? And what are you going to do? Do you have a plan for that? What are you going to do about that? What's your plan? Do you know what to do? Do you have a shelter? Do you have food? You need to kind of start thinking about these things. And think about where nuclear war targets are. Look up on my website. I have a list of nuclear war targets in the U.S. and also Canada and Europe. Find out where the nearest nuclear war target is, so you know how far you are and whether you're in the blast zone or not. How long is the radiation going to get to you? How strong will the radiation be? You need to think about these things. What are the prevailing winds? Depending on what time of year there's a nuclear war. If there's a nuclear war in the summer, the fallout is going to go somewhere totally different if there's a nuclear war in the winter versus summer. Okay, here in the U.S., in the wintertime, for the most part, we get winds that come out of Canada. They come out of the Northwest, okay, in most parts of the country. In the summer, a lot of the winds come out of the Southwest or the Southeast. So totally different direction in the summer. So, you might be safe. Let's say you live north of a nuclear war target, 100 miles north. You might be completely unaffected if that target gets hit in the winter because the wind is going to come out of the north and blow that fallout south of the target. But in the summer, you could get all the fallout. If the wind blows from the south, it's going to blow all that fallout right on top of you. Okay. So you need to have some kind of a fallout shelter. Germany and Poland are going to start making civil defense plans. You need to have some emergency food, at least have a few weeks of food in your house. What happens if there's a massive cyber attack and they take out half of our power grid? Okay. And the grocery stores, all the food in the grocery stores spoil. Are you going to be sitting there and waiting for the National Guard to come with trucks and be at the mercy of the federal government and FEMA to give you food? I don't want to be in that situation. Okay, I know that if something like that were to happen, I can just go downstairs, open up some cans of chicken or tuna or whatever. I have stuff. I don't have to wait for the government to help me out. You don't want to be in that situation where you're going to be waiting for the National Guard to come and give you MREs. You're going to be fighting with other people for food. I mean, it sucks. You don't want to be in that situation. And that could very well happen. I mean, in 2002, there was the Northeast blackout, and that was caused just by a fault. Okay, there was nothing, there was no cyber attack. It was just a literally a short circuit at a high voltage power line. I think somewhere in Ohio or no, it was in Canada somewhere, and it took out all the power in Ontario, Quebec, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, all of New England was completely dark. Okay, the entire northeastern part of the U.S., parts of the Midwest, and southern Canada were in the dark because of a short circuit. Okay, imagine what all these hackers can do. If they want to, they can shut down half of our power grid. And when they do that, all the food in the grocery stores is going to spoil. You're not going to have anything to eat. If you're relying on grocery stores, you're not going to have anything. Okay, you're going to have to wait for the National Guard to come and give you MREs. So, I'm not saying you should go out and run up your credit cards and go into debt or anything, but start slowly building up a food supply. You should at least have like a month of food in your house, canned food, freeze dried food. If you go to like one of the sponsors for this channel, okay, My Patriot Supply, you can buy 3 months of food for $600. Okay, they're running a sale right now, 25% off. Okay, and the link for that is below this video. Okay, prepare with NYPrepper.com. You can get $200 off their 3-month supply. Which normally it runs $800 for 3 months of freeze dried food. Now they're selling it for $600. I mean, that's a good deal. $600 for 3 months of food. Maybe it's not, it may not necessarily come out to exactly 3 months. It may be 2.5 months of food, depending on how much you eat. But that's a really good deal. Okay. So check into that. It's a really good deal. You'll save a lot of money versus if you were to try to individually buy freeze-dried food. It's more expensive. Like if you buy freeze-dried chicken or freeze-dried vegetables or freeze-dried fruits, it can add up like to thousands of dollars. And, then if you want to get cans, you should have some cans for short-term emergencies. Cans are the best for short-term emergencies. You don't want to just only have freeze-dried food. You want to also have cans, because cans you can open up and eat right away. You don't have to rehydrate anything. Like with freeze-dried food, you got to rehydrate it. You need something to warm it up. So you need some kind of a stove. You get like a backpacker stove for like $50 at Walmart and a couple of propane canisters, and you can warm up that freeze-dried food and rehydrate it. But for immediate hunger, if you're immediately hungry, you want something you can just open right away and eat. So you definitely want to have a good amount of canned food as well. And you want to have water on hand as well. I always keep, I have in my house right now like 40 gallons of drinking water. Okay. Half of it I keep for emergencies, and then the other half, usually I'm rotating. I go through, several gallons a week of water, but I usually keep a good amount of water on hand. And I have a well too. And, you still, with a well, it doesn't matter if the power goes out, the well pump's not going to work. Okay. So if you don't have a generator, a strong enough generator, you're not going to be able to get that well pump going. So, I could talk about prepping all night long. I do cover the news a lot, but this is a prepping channel. I know some of you guys get bored of the news, so I'm trying to mix in a little prepping talk. Thoughts on solar power generators? Yes, solar power generators are good. You have to, with any generator, you have, what you need to do is you need to sit down, take a piece of paper out, write down all the things that you want to power, and then write how many watts you need for each device. Okay, so if you want to run a fridge, if you want to turn your well pump on, if you want to run an AC, if you want to run some heat, you need to sit down, list it all out on a piece of paper, and then write, okay, how many watts do I need to run this? And then you have what are known as surge watts, and then you have running watts. Okay, surge watts is what you need to start something, but it's not necessarily what you need to keep it running. Like with a well pump, for instance, to get a well pump started, it takes a lot of watts, but once it's started, it doesn't run a lot of watts. Okay, it's kind of like when you start your car. Okay, you need a lot of electricity to turn the engine over, but once the pistons are moving, you don't need as much electricity to keep the engine going. Okay, it's the same thing with a lot of devices. So you need to write all that down, list it out, add it up. How many running watts do you need? How many surge watts do you need? Once you have that total number, then you can start shopping for generators, whether they're solar or gas. A lot of solar generators, the big drawback to them is you need a very expensive solar generator in order to be able to power larger devices like well pumps, refrigerators. You need, thousands of watts in many cases, depending on, like, if you have a well pump, if you live out in the country like I do, usually you're going to have a well pump for your water. And depending on how deep that well is, like when I lived in New York, we had a 600-foot deep well. Okay, we needed 10,000 watts just to get it started. Okay, just to get that well pump started, because it had to pump all that water up 600 feet. Okay, but if you have a shallow well, 200 feet, 100 feet, you may only need 3,000 watts to get that well pump going. Same thing with ACs. You need to calculate it all. But the drawback with solar generators is they're a lot more expensive, but they're quiet, and they're renewable. You don't have to worry about getting gas or diesel or propane or whatever, or kerosene. It runs off of sunlight. If you get a really good solar panel, a massive solar panel, you can charge one of these solar generators in about a day or two. Okay, fully charge it. But most solar generators nowadays, for most people's budgets, you're not going to really be able to power a lot. But if you could get if you have money and you could afford a larger solar generator, I would definitely recommend it. Like a couple 1,000-watt solar generator. Definitely, if you can afford it, go for it. If money's tight, just get a small one. And even with a small solar generator, you can at least recharge your phone, recharge batteries, power, maybe some electrical devices. You can get a light going. Maybe you can power a small fridge. You can maybe power a toaster oven. I mean, even like a small one is pretty handy to have. So that's my opinion. Gas generators are great, but they're also very loud. Gas generators are loud and they guzzle gas. So they burn through gas like crazy, So that's the downside to gas generators, is that they guzzle gas. The larger the generator you get, the more it's going to guzzle gas. You're going to be refueling that generator every couple hours. So that's something to consider. You're going to need a good amount of fuel on hand if you're going to be running a generator, and they're usually very loud. In my opinion, in general, generators, you shouldn't rely on them, whether it's solar, whether it's electric. You don't want to, or not electric, gas. You don't want to rely on a generator, because at the end of the day, a generator is a mechanical device and it can fail. Lily Highlander, thank you for the donation. Appreciate it. Every time I go over my plans, I find something to improve. There's always something that doesn't work as well as I thought. Practice your plan again and again. Thanks, NYP, for great advice and videos. No problem. Yeah, go over your plans. Sit down and think about what you're going to do for different scenarios. Everybody's situation is different, so you have to figure out for yourself what are you going to be preparing for? What are the biggest threats in your area? Do you live in California where there's earthquakes? Do you live in Florida where there's hurricanes? That's just one example. Do you live right next to a nuclear war target? These are things you need to think about and plan accordingly for. What are the threats? What are the hazards? And how do I prepare myself for it? How do I prepare my family for it? Thank you very much, Lily Highlander. I appreciate it. So let's read this statement from Greg Abbott, governor of Texas. This was 2 days ago. The federal government has broken the compact between the United States and the states. The executive branch of the United States has a constitutional duty to enforce federal laws protecting states, including immigration laws on the books right now. President Biden has refused to enforce those laws and has even violated them. The result is that he has smashed records for illegal immigration. Despite having put on notice in a series of letters, one of which I delivered to him by hand, President Biden has ignored Texas's demand that he perform his constitutional duties. President Biden has violated his oath to faithfully execute immigration laws enacted by Congress. Instead of prosecuting immigrants for the federal crime of illegal entry, President Biden has sent his lawyers into federal courts to sue Texas for taking action to secure the border. President Biden has instructed his agencies to ignore federal statutes that mandate the detention of illegal immigrants. The effect is to illegally allow their en masse parole into the United States. By wasting taxpayer dollars to tear open Texas's border security infrastructure, President Biden has enticed illegal immigrants away from the 28 legal entry points along this state's southern border bridges where nobody drowns and into the dangerous waters of the Rio Grande. Okay, so he's saying that because of Biden, all these illegal immigrants are trying to go to this one border crossing, the Eagle Pass border crossing, where a lot of them are drowning trying to come across the border. Under Biden's lawless border policies, more than 6 million illegal immigrants have crossed our southern border in just 3 years. This is more than the population of 33 different states in this country. This illegal refusal to protect the states has inflicted unprecedented harm on the people all across the United States. James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and other visionaries who wrote the U.S. Constitution foresaw that states should not be left to the mercy of a lawless president who does nothing to stop external threats like cartels smuggling millions of illegal immigrants across the border. That is why the framers included both Article 4, Section 4, which promises that the federal government shall protect each state against invasion, and Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3, which acknowledges the state's sovereign interest in protecting their borders. The failure of the Biden administration to fulfill the duties imposed by Article 4, Section 4 has triggered Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3, which reserves to this state the right of self-defense. For these reasons, I have already declared an invasion under Article 1, Section 10, Clause 3 to invoke Texas's constitutional authority to defend and protect itself. The authority is the supreme law of the land and supersedes any federal statutes to the contrary. The Texas National Guard, the Texas Department of Public Safety, and other Texas personnel are acting on that authority, as well as state law to secure the Texas border. So there you have it, guys. That is the statement from Abbott. Okay.
So we're just watching and waiting to see what the federal government is going to do now. Are they going to go in guns blazing to try to force the force the Texas National Guard to withdraw? It's very possible, guys. Hasta la vista adventures, I think it is. Thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Hope you're having a good Friday night. K. Paul says, don't forget toilet paper. Yeah, toilet paper is critical. Absolutely. That's funny. Yeah, toilet paper. You can get compressed toilet paper. That's what I get. You get compressed toilet paper. That's what you want to get. So it's cheaper and it doesn't take up as much space. But yeah, toilet paper is essential. Definitely want to have a stockpile of toilet paper. In fact, I might actually go out and get some this weekend. Mama of 6 says, be right back. So what you're looking at here on the screen are just live cameras coming out of Texas. Looks like we have to refresh some of them. This is from Eagle Pass, Texas, which is the area where Texas has put up extra razor wire. And this is the area where the Biden administration ordered Texas to remove the razor wire, and the Supreme Court did as well. So we're just waiting to see if the U.S. military is going to come in. We actually have some, let's see, some pictures. Let me see if I can find some stuff for you. But we have prominent Democrats now calling for the Biden administration to federalize the Texas National Guard. So that would be a pretty serious move if Biden did that. Just going to check and see if we have any other breaking news coming in. I'm going to see if there's an update on that ship that got hit. We have some major breaking news coming in. Looks like the U.S. has carried out another airstrike in Yemen, targeting a bunch of Houthi anti-ship missiles. This is breaking news coming in. Let me get this on screen here. Let me see. The U.S. has carried out another operation in Yemen, and this is after the Houthis hit that tanker ship with jet fuel, and the jet fuel caught on fire. Let me see if I can get this up on the screen. This is coming from U.S. Central Command. They just posted this on their Twitter page. See if I can share that. See if I can share that with you. So I'm going to be live for probably most of the night here. I'm going to be live for a little while. covering this. I want to see what happens here in Eagle Pass. So this is coming from Central Command on January 27th at approximately 3:45 a.m. Yemen time. U.S. Central Command forces conducted an STRIKE against a Houthi anti-ship missile aimed into the Red Sea and which was prepared to launch. U.S. forces identified the missile in Houthi-controlled areas of Yemen and determined it presented an imminent threat to merchant vessels and the U.S. Navy ships in the region. U.S. forces subsequently struck and destroyed the missile in self-defense. This action will protect freedom of navigation, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so the U.S. has launched another STRIKE into Western Yemen. Looks like they took out an anti-ship missile. So I don't understand why they keep just, doing these small little strikes. Why don't they just go in and destroy them all at once? They know where they are. Why do they just sit there and wait and then respond? That's so stupid. They should just go in and take out all of these launchers. Why are they waiting for these launchers, to once they hit a ship, it's too late at that point. This ship that they hit with the missile, you know how much ships cost to repair? One of those, this is a jet fuel tanker that got hit, guys. You're talking millions of dollars to repair one of these ships when they get hit with one of those missiles. You think these companies are going to keep going through the Red Sea? Maersk has already announced that they're not going through the Red Sea anymore. Okay, after they started going through the Red Sea, after the Biden administration announced the Operation Prosperity Guardian, Maersk said, yeah, we're going to go back through the Red Sea now. We feel comfortable. And now they're not going to go through the Red Sea again. So it's going to have a global impact. Okay. Things are going to get more expensive now because of the Biden administration, because they're failing to deal with these Houthis. Everything's going to get more expensive because all these shipping companies are going to have to go around Africa. They're going to have to go thousands of miles longer. Okay, they're going to have to go all the way around South Africa. Okay, and then hyperinflation. Exactly. Yep. But that could be part of the plan. Maybe that's what they want. They want us to not have any money, to be drowned in debt, to be slaves to our jobs. Not to be self-sufficient. That's what they want. They want to keep you down and keep you hungry all the time. That's what they want. Okay? That could be part of the plan. I just don't understand it. Why it's almost like the Biden administration is allowing it to happen. Anybody with common sense, you don't need to be a rocket scientist. Anybody with common sense in Biden's position would have already taken out all those launchers months ago. Okay, not the way that they're doing it where, okay, they hit a ship and then we go and we hit one of their launchers. Then they hit a ship again, then we hit one of their launchers. Then they hit a ship again, then we hit one of their launchers. It could go on and on like that for years. Okay, it's never, the problem's never going to end. It's only going to get worse. It's just very frustrating. It really is. So I don't know. Why would Governor Abbott leave Texas at such a critical time? I'm not sure. Did he leave Texas? Maybe he went to a bunker somewhere. Maybe the Biden administration is going to launch missiles at his mansion. I don't know where Abbott lives. I don't know if Abbott has a mansion or something. Maybe they're going to try to just take him out. Could you imagine that? Could you imagine if Biden deployed F-35s to drop bunker buster on top of Greg Abbott's mansion? Could you imagine that? That would be insane. they launched nukes at Texas. That would be crazy, but it's possible. I mean, who knows? I don't know if you guys ever watched the show Jericho. I highly recommend you guys watch the show Jericho. In Jericho, Texas is actually a separate republic. It's a separate country altogether. And also in Amerigeddon, Texas is its own republic, separate from the U.S. But I mean, could you imagine if like Biden started launching missiles into Texas? That would be insane. Anything is possible. Yeah, anything is possible. It's true. Yeah, Jericho ended so soon. I know. They're talking about bringing back Jericho. They did do some comics. So K. Paul says, I'll be right back. Daily Excellence, good to see you. Hope you're doing well, Daily Excellence. Haven't seen you in a while. Jericho was awesome show. Very real scenario. Yeah, very real scenario. Very real scenario. John Hoover, what's going on, John Hoover? Hope you're doing well. Biden's Department of Energy just put major restrictions on an offshore LNG export deal in the Gulf of Mexico to punish Abbott over this border fiasco. Yeah, that's what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that that's the reason why Biden terminated the LNG exports to punish Texas. Yep, to squeeze Texas financially. That's kind of messed up if that's true. That's kind of messed up. Maybe he's going to try to get the people of Texas to turn on Abbott. Let me see what's going on right now with let me see what the latest is with this situation in the Red Sea now. I'm trying to find some of the latest news here. So yeah, there's a ship in the Red Sea that was hit. For those of you guys just coming in, wow, we have some breaking news coming in about Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon, the leader of wow, this is insane. I don't know if this is true. Vince McMahon has resigned from his role as executive chairman of the WWE following disturbing allegations of sexual assault, trafficking, and physical abuse. Wow. Wow, that is insane, guys. That's the latest breaking news coming in. We got to read this. This is juicy. I was a huge fan of WWE when I was a kid, even up into my young adult years. It's kind of sad to hear this. Let me see if I can put this up on the screen for you. Wow, this is insane. Absolutely crazy. This is coming from ESPN. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's crazy. Massive, massive breaking news, guys. Massive. Wow. Vince McMahon resigns from TKO after sexual misconduct claims. This is just breaking in the last few minutes. Vince McMahon, who co-founded the modern WWE in 1982, has resigned from his role as TKO executive chairman and from his position on the TKO board of directors, he said in a statement provided to ESPN on Friday night. McMahon, 78 years old, leaves the publicly traded company, which was formed when the UFC merged with WWE last year. following a lawsuit filed Thursday that accuses him of sexual misconduct. Wow. In the lawsuit, Janelle Grant, who worked in the WWE's legal and talent departments, alleges that McMahon forced her into a sexual relationship in order for her to obtain and keep her job, and passed around pornographic pictures and videos of her to other men, including other employees. The lawsuit, which was filed in U.S. District Court in Connecticut, where WWE is headquartered, also names WWE and John Laurinaitis, the company's former head of talent relations and general manager, as defendants. Grant alleges abuse and sexual exploitation beginning in March 2020, and the lawsuit included several text message screenshots that purported to be McMahon asking for depraved sexual acts. I stand by my prior statement that Ms. Grant's lawsuit is replete with lies, obscene, made-up instances that never occurred, and is a vindictive distortion of the truth, McMahon said in a statement. Let's see, what else does he say here? I intend to vigorously defend myself against these baseless accusations and look forward to clearing my name. However, out of respect for the WWE universe, the extraordinary TKO business and its board members and shareholders, partners and constituents, and all of the employees and superstars who helped make WWE into the global leader it is today, I have decided to resign from my executive chairmanship and the TKO board of directors effective immediately. Wow, guys. Wow. McMahon, a multi-billionaire, stepped down as WWE's CEO in 2022 amid an investigation into allegations that match those in the lawsuit. I wanted to inform you that Vince McMahon has tendered his resignation from his positions as TKO executive chairman and the TKO board of directors. WWE President Nick Khan told all staff in a memo obtained by ESPN on Friday night he will no longer have a role with TKO Group Holdings or the WWE. Grant signed a non-disclosure agreement in 2022 in connection with an agreement from McMahon to pay her $3 million. The WWE started a board investigation that same year after it received an anonymous tip about the improper relationship. In the suit, Grant said McMahon paid $1 million but stopped making payments thereafter. She seeks to void the NDA along with receiving unspecified financial damages. The 67-page lawsuit also implicated a former UFC heavyweight champ with whom WWE was actively trying to sign to a new contract. Grant's representatives said she wished to go public with her accusations. Miss Grant hopes that her lawsuit will prevent other women from being victimized, her attorney Ann Callis said in a statement Thursday. The organization is well aware of Mr. McMahon's history of depraved behavior, and it's time that they take responsibility for the misconduct of leadership. McMahon briefly retired from WWE in July 2022 following revelations of multiple payouts to several women connected to sexual misconduct allegations. The internal investigation conducted by an outside law firm found $14.66 million in payments. Wow, this is insane. This is pretty interesting. Earlier this week, Hollywood star Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson was appointed to the TKO board and received the trademark to his famous moniker, which WWE owned. So now The Rock is on the board of directors of TKO. That is huge news, guys. Wow. Absolutely insane. WWE's Friday Night SmackDown will shift from Fox to USA in the fall. McMahon's son-in-law, WWE Hall of Fame wrestler Triple H, oversees the organization's creative direction. Wow, so that's crazy. Absolutely insane. So we'll have to see what happens here, but Looks like it could potentially be some kind of, BS allegations trying to get money. I don't know. It's hard to say what's true. I mean, at this point, they're just allegations. So, off-grid desert farming, what's going on? John Hoover says, Greg, the Texas governor stays in the governor's mansion in Austin next to the Capitol. Okay, in Austin. Okay. Interesting. Off-grid desert farming says what Biden is waiting for is the militias in Texas to do something stupid so he can federalize the National Guard and take over the border. Yeah, that's definitely very, very likely. I totally agree. I think that's what he wants to do is federalize the National Guard. That's definitely a very interesting theory there. J.A., what's going on, man? Thank you for the very generous donation. In appreciation for the accurate border coverage and the correct assessment of how serious this is, our national security is gravely at risk as this current administration fails to uphold its duty to protect the American people. Thank you, J.A. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a good Friday. Really appreciate all your support, man. Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless. So, yeah, the situation is just getting crazy. Let me see. I'm just going to take that article about the WWE off the screen here. Let's just check the flight tracker. I want to just show you guys what's going on. We got some aerial refuelers out here. We got some aerial refuelers and a C-17 off the coast of New Jersey, off the continental shelf. It's very interesting. Doing a bunch of loops here. Looks like they're going to be landing in that base over there. What is it called now? There's so many different names for it. Is it McGuire? Yeah, Fort McGuire looks like they're landing in, or I forget the name of that one over there in New Jersey. So very interesting. But yeah, we do have. Oh wait, it disappeared. Look at that. That's pretty interesting. We had that RQ-4 in the Black Sea, Forte 15. It just disappeared from the tracker. Wow, that's pretty concerning. No Forte 15 anymore. That's pretty weird. Thank you, Smoke and Swamp, for moderating tonight. I appreciate it, dude. So we need to be on high alert to see if Biden federalizes the National Guard, because if he federalizes the National Guard, that's when things could really get crazy. And that's when the individual National Guardsmen are going to have a choice to make. Are they going to disobey orders and follow the Texas governor, or are they going to follow Biden? That's going to be, the big question. The Houthi rebels launched a missile at the USS Carney. Yes, they did. The U.S. also just launched a strike at some Houthi missiles. But yeah, they hit a British jet fuel tanker. The Houthis hit a British jet fuel tanker, and it's on fire. And the Indian Navy had to respond to get people off the ship. They abandoned the ship. All the crew had to leave. They had to get off the ship because it's on fire. It's jet fuel. Okay, so It's really getting crazy. Let me just check and see what the latest is in the Middle East here with this ship. Oh, wow. Looks like we have some breaking news coming in. Looks like, wow. The DHS, apparently Homeland Security, sent a letter to the Attorney General of Texas. Wow. Something about Shelby Park. DHS is claiming that they have ownership of some park near the Eagle Pass border crossing. They claim that they have ownership of this Shelby Park. The Texas Attorney General is saying that's BS. You don't have ownership. See, I'm just checking some of the latest breaking news coming in. This is all, a lot of this stuff is coming in right now. Checking to see if there's any updates here. Apparently, another base was hit in eastern Syria. There was another base hit in eastern Syria. It looks like that ship was actually carrying. It was an Indian ship, not a British ship. I'm sorry. It was an Indian ship carrying jet fuel, Russian jet fuel. Sorry about that. I thought it was British. It looks like it's Indian. My apologies. Michael Sutton, thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate it. Looks like Biden is pulling back on talking tough. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what Biden does. Yeah, T.W. Perry, I haven't heard from him in a little while, so I hope he's doing okay. I'm gonna reach out to him. I have his phone number. T.W. Perry's one of the moderators here, and he's a moderator on multiple channels. So let me see. I just got to update my information here so I don't confuse people. It looks like it was an Indian ship, not a British ship, that was hit by the missile. Yeah, look, That RQ-4 Global Hawk just disappeared over the Black Sea. Absolutely insane. It was just flying over here not long ago, and it just disappeared. So I don't know. It's pretty weird. Um, Let me see if we can play back and see where this Forte 15 went. That's pretty weird that it would just suddenly disappear. Look at that. I'm telling you, it turned its transponder off. Look. Um, it's absolutely crazy. It just turned its transponder off. Yeah, turned its transponder off. Wow. It's crazy, guys. That's pretty unusual for them to turn their transponders off, especially in international waters. So maybe they didn't want Russia tracking them. Maybe they were watching NYPrepper and they wanted to hide. So we have this American RQ-4 Global Hawk. This is an American reconnaissance drone that just turned off its transponder. It was flying a targeting pattern across from the Kerch Bridge in Crimea. So it's possible that we could see a strike on the Kerch Bridge today or tomorrow, collecting targeting info potentially. Maybe an attack on Western Crimea on the Black Sea Fleet. So it's a crazy situation. Um, Creamy Goodness says it feels more like 15 seconds to midnight, not 90 seconds to midnight. Yeah, I feel the same way. I think we're also at like 15 seconds to midnight. I think we're on the verge of nuclear war. Did I see Abbott's response? Yes, I did see Abbott's response. Um, are there 700,000 trucks heading to the border? I don't think so. 700,000 trucks? I don't even know if that's even possible. Yeah, I don't think so. Um, that's funny. Someone said 700,000 trucks. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll have to look into that. Why is Greg Abbott in India? Yeah, I'm hearing something that he went to India. That's very interesting. I'm not sure. Um, I'm just hearing about that now, so I haven't had a chance to look into it. Let me check and see. Uh, let me check and see. We have an unconfirmed photo coming out of that ship, the jet fuel tanker that was hit. We have unconfirmed pictures coming out now. Let me share it with you. Let me get that on the screen. Let's see. Someone said Greg Abbott is going to India. I'm not sure why he would go there. Oh, you know what it could be? He could be going to India because of the fuel situation. Oh yeah, Forte 15 is back on now. It looks like maybe it didn't turn its transponder off. Maybe it just lost reception or something, but there it is right there. Looks like it's changing its pattern. It's heading northeast now. That's interesting. Maybe he's going to India because of the fuel situation, because Biden canceled the liquid natural gas contract. So maybe he's going to India so he can get some kind of deal going with India now and export fuel directly to India. I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of, because India needs a lot of fuel. They're a big importer of fuel. They import a lot from various countries. So that's the only thing I could think of, is it has to be something related to the fuel, gas, oil, whatever, because Texas has a lot of fuel and gas. They're a big exporter. So, maybe he's going there to secure some contracts with India. I don't know. But maybe he's trying to bypass what Biden did, canceling the licenses. I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of logically that makes sense. Um, but I don't think it's confirmed yet that he went to India. Does anybody have any solid information that he went to India? Light Source Engraving. Wow, dude. Thanks for gifting 10 more memberships. That's incredible. You guys are so generous. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing well tonight. He's in India right now. Wow. Wow. Somebody's saying that there's truckers going to the border, 700 to 1,000 truckers. Wow, he's in India now. Does anybody have a source for that? That's crazy if that's true. Yeah, if he's in India, then that means he's probably trying to secure some kind of fuel deal with the Indians. So here we have a picture coming from what appears to be the ship that was hit by the Houthi missile, the jet fuel tanker. There's a picture here on the screen. I put it up on the screen. We don't know if it's solid yet, so we gotta wait and see, if it's legit or not. But it's probably legit. But this might be the first ship that actually had to be evacuated. I can't think of any ships so far that had to be evacuated because of the Houthi attacks. I think this is probably the first one that had to be evacuated. They had to get all the crew off because it's literally full of jet fuel, and that whole ship could literally, just go kaboom. Um, Yeah, so looks like Governor Greg Abbott is in Texas right now. I'm sorry, he's in India right now. Um, says Governor Greg Abbott and several North Texas officials have spent the week in India with business leaders from Austin and around the state to boost trade and investment in Texas. Yeah, so that's interesting. So he's been there for a few days in India. India, I mean, that's just a ton of people in India, and they all need fuel, they need resources. So, it makes sense that he would go there. That would be a very smart move. Wow. Biden's ultimatum ends tonight at midnight, it looks like. Biden's 24-hour ultimatum ends in 30 minutes, guys. Remember, Biden gave Texas 24 hours. So tonight is the deadline. We have the Oklahoma Governor Stitt, saying he's going to send the National Guard in Oklahoma to Texas. We have the Yemen army saying that Yemen naval forces carried out a targeting operation of the British oil ship Marlin Londa in the Gulf of Aden using a number of appropriate naval missiles. The strike was direct and resulted in the burning of the vessel. Wow. Look at how our government doesn't even admit to it. They're trying to minimize it. We have to get this information from other sources before our government says anything, because they don't want us to know what's going on and how bad the situation is in the Red Sea. Why is it that we have to wait for other countries or British ships are being... So we have this massive farmers protest in Europe continuing in multiple countries. The farmers are blocking roads. So yeah, it's a crazy situation, guys. Absolutely insane. Someone said the audio is weird, that you can't hear me. Interesting. So this pattern that this RQ-4 is flying is very interesting here. Right across from the Kerch Bridge. Really interesting. Right now, we don't have any nuclear war command and control planes in the air at the moment. What's also interesting? I want to mention Off Grid Desert Farmer. He had a really good live stream today. Check him out, Off Grid Desert Farming with Paul and Adrian. Some of you guys probably know who he is, but if not, Off-Grid Desert Farming with Paul and Adrian. And he said that there was the Dmitry Duduman prophecy. And Dmitry Duduman's prophecy said that there would be a nuclear war. Russia would launch nukes at the U.S. while the U.S. is in the middle of some kind of a civil war. And Dmitry Duduman specifically mentioned that the middle states in the country would be part of this civil war. And Texas is in the middle, and so is Oklahoma. Oklahoma's now sending their National Guard. So I don't know, guys. Is Russia now going to launch a surprise attack on us while we have this situation going on? Are they going to try to take advantage and, launch a preemptive strike, a first strike, a surprise attack? It's very possible, guys. A lot of very smart people have worried for years that Russia was planning for a surprise nuclear attack on the U.S., along with China and North Korea. And that could happen, especially with Biden in control. I mean, look, Biden, and most of the time, Biden, doesn't even remember his own name. How's he going to know what the nuclear codes are? I mean, the guy's really old. He shouldn't be in charge of our nuclear arsenal at this stage of his life. I mean, he's too old to be president. And now would be the perfect time if you're Putin. You think that, there's going to be some delay. Maybe Biden's not going to remember the codes. And, you go for it. I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying it's possible. And Democrats have wanted to eliminate our launch on warning doctrine for many years. If you don't know what launch on warning is, basically launch on warning means that actually Obama was the first one. Actually, it was Bill Clinton. It goes back to Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton wanted to eliminate launch on warning. And what that means is, as soon as we get a warning that if our satellites and our over the horizon radars detect that Russia launched missiles at us, we would immediately launch all of our missiles at them. And for many years, the Democrats have tried to eliminate that. And Obama specifically pushed hard for that. He wanted us to absorb a first strike and to prevent an all-out nuclear war, which is really stupid because there's no absorbing a first strike. It's like, standing in front of a car going 60 miles an hour. I mean, you can't absorb that. And basically all of our nuclear arsenal would get wiped out. If we don't launch it back immediately, all of our nuclear arsenal is going to get hit and destroyed. So that's why we have the launch on warning nuclear doctrine. It's been around ever since we had nuclear weapons. That's the whole purpose of having nuclear weapons, is so you threaten your enemies with that launch on warning that, hey, as soon as we detect your nukes coming at us, we're going to launch back at you. But Bill Clinton and then later Obama, they really pushed hard for eliminating launch on warning. I don't know if Biden, would potentially, if Russia launched nukes at us, if Biden would just let them land and destroy all of our arsenal without retaliating. I mean, just look what he's doing in the Red Sea. Look what everything that's happening. I mean, I just don't trust him having our nuclear codes. It's scary to think about. Not just physically that he's old and stuff like that, but his ideology. I mean, that same weakness that he's showing overseas. What if, when the nukes come flying in, he just decides, what? Let's just let them land. Let's not escalate. We don't want an escalation. We don't want an escalation, even though they already launched nukes at us. We still have to worry about escalation. Okay, no sound issues. I'm glad no sound issues anymore. Um, okay. Looks like my sound is, maybe it's just buffering. I got a lot of screens going on. Someone called me a moron. That's funny. Won't be the first time. It's funny. Thanks, Ross. I appreciate it. Um, just checking to see if there's any new updates here. Any breaking news coming in? Just checking to see if there's any updates now on the situation in Texas or anything else. Just checking various sources here. Apparently, there was a large ACK, Israeli army, on the border with Lebanon this evening. Very intense missile strike on northern Israel by Hezbollah. I mean, this could go totally crazy, guys. I mean, what if the Biden administration sends military down there? That would be insane. And then, I mean, that would be just totally insane. I hope it doesn't come to that. That would really be crazy. We had more bases hit today in Syria and Iraq. Multiple U.S. bases were hit again. Hezbollah launched a massive barrage of heavy missiles towards various areas in northern Israel, causing massive impacts. Okay, so Hezbollah launching a very heavy strike this evening on Israel. It looks like Israel is planning to go into Lebanon any day now. Israel could just go right in, cross the border, and they could just go right in any day. Renee says it was probably Putin that called me a moron. Democrats are demonic demons. That's funny. Deborah, how's it going, Deborah? God bless. Country Christian, good to see you. And the scariest thing is who is really probably behind Biden, truly running him. The Antichrist system is building and getting ready for his arrival. Yes, they are. Diva's mom says it will be there. Last I know, your people. NYP modern Paul Revere. That's funny. Thank you for comparing me to Paul Revere. CERN portal to alternate dimensions. Yeah, very possible. Yeah, CERN is just totally crazy. You know what's interesting about October 7 tactical Foley? October 7 happens to be Putin's birthday. So I don't know if it's related to that, but that was Putin's birthday is October 7. Virginia Branch, thank you. I appreciate it. Jim Pop says Fox News reporting that Speaker Johnson says that the Senate immigration bill is dead on arrival in the House. No deal. Wow. No immigration deal, guys. Yeah, I hope martial law doesn't come out of this either. That would be catastrophic. That would be really bad. Yeah, that would be. Let me see here. Someone's saying that there was a Senate deal, immigration bill. I'm gonna step away for a minute. I just got to get a little bit of water. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, I'm gonna step away just for a couple minutes. Stretch my legs out. I've been sitting for like I don't know, 2 hours or something. I don't know how long I've even been live for. 3 hours, pushing 3 hours. I'll be right back. Can you guys hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. I've been talking for the last 20 minutes and looks like my microphone was off the whole time. Wow. I've been talking for the last 20 minutes and I just realized my microphone was off. Oh, man. Wow. So we have major breaking news, guys. Wow. That's funny. Yeah, I literally talking for the last 20 minutes and I just realized my microphone was off. We have major breaking news. Remember how I was telling you that this Forte 15 recon drone in the Black Sea is doing a targeting pattern and it's providing information to the Ukrainians? Well, it looks like there was just a strike in Sevastopol. It looks like the Ukrainians hit Sevastopol. There's smoke coming out of the horizon in Crimea right now. So I'm just waiting to see if they're going to try to hit the Kerch Bridge tonight. Yeah, it is pretty hilarious that I was talking for that long. I was talking to myself. Yeah. So we have major breaking news coming in. I was right as usual. The Ukrainians hit Sevastopol with some kind of missile. That's why the Forte 15 was doing the targeting pattern. You can actually see the targeting pattern here. My thing is, I think that they're going to go after the Kerch Bridge tonight. I think Ukraine is going to go after the Kerch Bridge possibly, or Novorossiysk. I was just kidding about always being right. I don't think I'm always right. That was just a joke. I'm not. I'm not that. I'm not like that arrogant or something. That's insane. If you think you're always right. Nobody's always right. Jacob Feldhacker, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you for the no BS updates. You're very appreciated. Thank you, Jacob. Wow. Yeah, I was just talking to myself for the last 15 minutes. So yeah, we have major breaking news coming in. Ukraine just hit Sevastopol. Remember how I was telling you guys that this RQ-4 was flying a targeting pattern? You see how it was flying back and forth along the western side of Crimea. It was aiming towards the western side of Crimea. Well, sure enough, there was a Ukrainian missile that hit it. Now, what you see here is it's going parallel to the Kerch Bridge. You see that? Kerch Bridge is up at the top. And then here you can see it's going back and forth, parallel to the Kerch Bridge. So we'll have to wait and see if there's a missile on the way to the Kerch Bridge. So so yeah, we're gonna wait and see if we're gonna wait and see what happens because it's almost midnight in Texas, and Biden gave Texas 24 hours to pull their National Guard out of the border and let the Border Patrol in. So that's going to be coming in 45 minutes, the deadline that Biden gave to Texas to pull their National Guard out. We have breaking news. The U.S. State Department has approved the sale of 40 F-35s to Greece at an estimated cost of $8.6 billion. And the U.S. has also approved a $23 billion deal to sell Turkey 40 new F-16s. Okay, 40 F-16s for $23 billion. Wow. That's insane, guys. That's a lot of money. 45 minutes to midnight in Texas. Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see if we're gonna have to wait and see if the U.S. military is gonna descend on the Texas border tonight. Maybe they're gonna go in. Remember they did that Jade Helm exercise, so they're definitely prepared for something like this. They've prepared for it. Earth Angel Anna, thank you so much for moderating tonight. Good to see you in here. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, it's 11:15. And just so you guys are aware, this is a live coverage. So this isn't like a usual live stream where I have talking points and I speak. This is just live coverage, so I'm going to be going in and out, taking breaks, and so on. I don't know if I'm going to keep the stream up all night. I'm not sure yet. No, Jade Helm was not biological. Jade Helm was in 2015. They were practicing for a civil war. The U.S. SOCOM practiced for a civil war. Per Fox News, border agents state they will not remove any razor wire. Yes, I'm definitely not conceited. That's for sure. Yeah. Thank you for understanding. Wow, looks like we have a troll in here. Thank you. The moderators just spanked that troll. Wow. You guys just all just went after him at the same time, spanked him. That was funny. Tanya Womack says it was interesting to see Jade Helm 15 in action here. Yeah, what happened? What happened when you were there in Arizona during Jade Helm? What did you see? I'm sure you probably saw Blackhawks parachuting, not parachuting, fast roping. They were probably fast roping out of Blackhawks and stuff. Yeah, they shouldn't sell Turkey anything. I agree. Totally agree. This is the shadow government at work. Absolutely. Do I like pierogies? Yeah, I like them. Yeah, definitely. My mom makes really good pierogies. Yep, she makes the best ones. What I'll actually do is I'll fry them on a pan and put a little bit of fried onions. I'll dice up some onions, and then I'll sprinkle that on top of the pierogies. I'll fry them on a pan so they're crispy. Yeah, yeah, I could eat a whole full plate of them. Mods would do a better job at our border than anyone else. Yeah, they would. They definitely would. That's funny. Speak softly, but carry a big wrench. Yes, definitely. That's funny. Kapusta. Yeah, kapusta is that's sauerkraut. Uh, um Gordon Ramsay. Yeah, Gordon Ramsay. That's funny. Martha Stewart. Yeah, when I was a kid, my mom actually used to watch Martha Stewart before. This is like years ago, back in the 90s, before she went crazy, before Martha Stewart went crazy and got arrested and all that. My mom used to watch her a lot. I remember watching Martha Stewart living. She was a good cook. She was really good. She had that nice little house with the garden. Yeah, that was a good show back in the 90s when the world was somewhat normal back then. We didn't have all this insanity going on. Um, Ray Miranda says, remember to pack your Bible in your bug out bag. That's a really good idea. Yeah, that's a very good idea. A lot of people forget about that. Yeah, pierogi are dumpling, an Eastern European dumpling, Slavic. That's correct. Yeah, 40 minutes till midnight in Texas. That's right. Biden gave Texas up to midnight to remove the National Guard from the border. How are ammo prices and availability in Pennsylvania? In my area, there's a lot of availability, lots of reloading components. I haven't had any issue finding powders. All my local stores are stocked with different types of powders, different types of ammo, primers, brass. Yeah, but every region of PA is different. So my area may be different from other parts of PA, but in general, it's pretty well stocked here, I would say. Lots of gun owners here, so it's a big business. The gun business is huge in PA. Lots of gun stores everywhere, so they're usually pretty well stocked. Um, the CCTV, that's the border crossing, the Eagle Pass border crossing. And actually, the camera on the top right is we can actually zoom in. Isn't that cool? Look at that. You can actually zoom in. Here on the top right, you can see a National Guard Humvee. Okay, look at that. I can actually zoom in. Okay, so there's a National Guard Humvee, and there's actually National Guardsmen in this Humvee here. There's some kind of they had a gate here that they had open. Looks like they closed it now, but this is live. So these are National Guardsmen right there. So this is the Eagle Pass border crossing in Texas. Okay, that's what we're looking at right now. Just different angles of it. So let me see if I can. Looks like my ticker is kind of blocking the view there. See if I can adjust that a little so you guys can see. Oh, they're opening the door. What are these guys up to? Maybe they ordered a pizza. Yeah, they're getting out of the Humvee now. Maybe they know I'm watching them. They're watching NYPrepper now. Is reloading cheaper? Yes, I reload all of my ammo. I haven't bought an ammo in probably 2 years. I reload everything. It is an investment, an initial investment in time and money, because you have to try different combinations, different bullets, different powders, different brass, different primers. It's like cooking, but once you have that recipe, you write that recipe down and you have it, and then you can just make your own ammo essentially once you have it all. Looks like they're talking to somebody. There is an initial investment in time. So the thing with reloading is if you don't have a range close to your house, like I'm lucky, I have I have like 2 shooting ranges within 15 minutes of my house that I can go to, you know, open year round. So I can go every single day and shoot, and test out different loads. So if you're not in that situation, if you live, let's say, 2 hours away or 3 hours away from a shooting range and you can only go once a year or once a month at best, it's a little bit difficult to develop loads because you have to test the loads. You have to put a little bit of powder each time, shoot it, chronograph it, check the group, and then go back home, and make your adjustments, test it again, and on and on. till you till you find a good load. And then once you find that, then it's easy, because then you just, but it is an initial investment in time and money. But once you have all the loads down, it's so much better than buying ammo. You can easily improve your ballistic performance by 25 to 50% from factory ammo, because factory ammo, for various reasons, they don't load it to the max. They use cheap components. They use crappy bullets. So you can really make it a lot better than what the factory makes it. It's like cooking dinner versus going out to eat. When you cook your own dinner, it's always better, because you can make it as good as you want it, you know. But it is cheaper. I would say if you're just shooting 9mm or 5.56 or something like that, it's probably not worth it. If you're just shooting like 9mm full metal jacket or 5.56 full metal jacket, it's probably not going to save you a whole lot. But if you're shooting like, hunting stuff, larger bore, you're shooting revolvers, you're shooting anything like outside of 9mm and 5.56, you're going to save a lot of money. So I have not tried hand loading for 5.7 by 28. I don't even own a 5.7 by 28. Maybe one day I'll get one. But no, I haven't. You know who loads a lot of 5.7 by 28? Check out Buffman Range on YouTube. He does a lot of 5.7 by 28 stuff. I can actually get in touch with him if you have any specific questions. What's my favorite to load for when it comes to 338 Lapua, 416, and 4570? I don't know. I guess when it comes to loading, like 4570 is very easy to load. Any kind of straight wall cartridge, straight wall cartridges are super easy to load, because you don't, practically you're not loading for accuracy with a 4570 or a 44 Magnum or a 500 Magnum. Those big bore straight wall cartridges, it doesn't matter how accurate it is, so you just load it up with powder. It doesn't matter if your seating depth is off by a few thousandths or something. It's just much easier and simpler, because you're just going for the velocity. You don't really care too much about having a super tight group with something like that. So the bottleneck cartridges are always I would say a good amount more difficult to load, as far as fine tuning them to get an accurate load. Any bottleneck cartridge, which 416 is a bottleneck cartridge. It has a very small shoulder, but it is still considered a bottleneck cartridge. So bottleneck cartridges, long range cartridges, you have to pay attention to a lot more stuff to make them accurate. They're more sensitive when it comes to, velocity nodes and stuff like that. So, it takes a little more effort to get them to shoot good, versus straight wall cartridges are just so easy to load. You just throw powder in, seat it, make sure it feeds well, and you're good to go. Stay within the SAMI specs, obviously. But yeah, 12 gauge shotgun is definitely a great option for home defense, self defense. Shotguns, very easy to use. They're basically idiot proof. You don't really need perfect sight alignment. You don't need all your 7 fundamentals of marksmanship perfect to get them to work. You just point and pull. So Scotty says he reloads subsonic and hypersonic 300 blackout. That's cool. That's awesome, man. I just developed some loads for subsonic 4570. I'm going to be dropping a video tomorrow morning, or actually, it's already the next day. It's already Saturday, but I'm going to be dropping a video in the morning of 4570 suppressed versus unsuppressed. Mike Subchinsky, how's it going? I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for the donation. I hope you're having a great Friday night. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Cats 1964, good to see you. Eric the Viking says he likes pierogies. I've never tried to load a 308 to subsonic levels. It's an interesting idea. Bradley Moore, what's going on, Bradley Moore? K. Paul says, I'm going to bed. Good night. Thank you, K. Paul, for moderating. You did such a good job tonight, man. I owe you. Thank you so much. I saw you sharing all my playlists and all my videos. I really appreciate that. We got to catch up sometime. I haven't talked to you in a little while. Does anybody remember the Nevada standoff with the feds? Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I remember that. Yep. Oh, top right lost connection. Yeah, it's looks like it's buffering for some reason. Yeah. Yeah, it's buffering. Wow. Not sure why. Interesting. Let me restart it. That must be on their end. Yeah, now it's working. Yeah, we have looks like National Guardsmen right here. They're walking. You can see one of them walking over here. They're standing over there. I'm actually tumbling some 338 Lapua brass right now. I don't know if you can hear it, but I have two tumblers next to me. I'm tumbling some 338 Lapua brass. Yeah, Gołąbki are very good. Yes, my mom used to make those when I was a kid. It's really good stuff. 30 minutes left. Yep. 30 minutes left until the 24-hour deadline. Trying to see if I can find some new news here for you guys. Biden apparently said that he's willing to shut down the border if they pass this bipartisan bill. Looks like the Senate passed it. They're just waiting on the House, but Biden said he would shut down the border apparently. Securing the border through these negotiations is a win for America. That's what he said. Interesting. Imagine if the Houthis actually hit an American warship. That would be insane. Wow, we have some breaking news. This is crazy, guys. Apparently, pro-Palestinian and Hamas supporters uh, were harassing John Fetterman at his house. Wow, John Fetterman, the senator of Pennsylvania. Wow, apparently they were standing outside his house and waving flags and stuff. That's insane because Fetterman is a Democrat, so that's insane. See, I'm just checking for updates, guys. Checking for breaking news. We do have some initial breaking news that there was some kind of missile strike in Crimea. We have breaking news: a 5.0 magnitude earthquake hits Turkey. 5.0 magnitude earthquake just hit Turkey. Breaking news. Um, we're hearing that American and British fighter jets launched a strike in western Yemen. American and British fighter jets were involved. So we got 20 seconds until that 24 hours expires. Um, so I think I'm going to just step away from the computer for a little bit here, guys. I'm going to get up and walk around. I'll be back in just about 15 minutes or so. I got to just do a couple of things here. I want to just see what's going to happen after midnight, if anything's going to happen. But here we have the National Guard right there patrolling this fence here. Not sure what that's for, but they're there. So they're sitting there. So I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. Let me refresh these cameras here. Let's refresh these cameras. Looks like we got some people in the parking lot over here. Check this out. What's this? I'm back, guys. I'm back. Hopefully you can still hear me. What's going on, Rodney? Rodney Middleton, good to see you. I'm going to gift in the morning, Rodney. I got to go to the post office to get it. Cats 1964, Michael Gale, good to see you guys. Diane Whitlock, good to see you in here, TW Perry. So this is just round the clock live coverage of the border situation. Kincoy, what's going on? Amanda Moss says she's still up. Poopy McScoopy. Christopher James. Scott Wallace. Did I make any pierogies? No, I didn't. I didn't, unfortunately. Andrew says he's watching from Perth, Australia. Oh, wow. Australia's got some really beautiful territory. What's going on, Earth Angel Anna? What's going on in the top left picture? I don't know. There's some people talking. I don't know. Maybe a drug deal. I have no idea. Oh wait, looks like they're getting frisky over there. Look. Looks like what's going on there? It looks like a guy and a girl. Looks like she was grabbing his pants or something. Now they're hugging. Oh, you know what? She's probably saying goodbye. Maybe I don't know. Look at that. Looks like they're making out or something. Check that out. A little Friday night action. I don't know. Maybe he's going to Mexico and she's saying goodbye. I don't know. Yeah. It feels kind of funny watching. It's like, yeah, you feel like you're a little like a stalker or something. Yeah. Oh, look, they're going in the car now. Oh no. Yeah, it looks like I don't know, maybe it's a little rendezvous they're having there at this baseball park in the parking lot. Oh yeah, they're hiding behind the door now. Better zoom out. That's pretty funny. Close your eyes, PG-13. That's his girlfriend while the wife is home with the kids. That's messed up. Could be true, though. Could be true. Could be true. What might we expect today in Texas besides people making out? Yeah, it's pretty funny. Who would think, right? Oh, what looks like they left. Oh wow, looks like they maybe oh wait, no, did they let's see, I can go back. No, I can't go back. Can't rewind it. Maybe the parking lot just wasn't convenient for them. Um so maybe it was a little too not enough space in that SUV they had. Looked like a RAV4. Just not enough room in there maybe for the both of them. I don't know. Looks like A15 is back to Sicily. So pretty interesting. It just completed these targeting patterns here. I'm gonna check and see if there were any more kabooms in Crimea or in Russia somewhere tonight. A 6.2 magnitude earthquake in Guatemala, guys. 6.2 magnitude earthquake, Guatemala. Wow. Israeli media is confirming that a Hezbollah Birkin rocket landed at one of the Israeli military barracks. Wow. Yeah, it looks like Hezbollah hit Israel with a bunch of Birkin rockets, the short range missiles. Um, you see here, I'm just going to check the earthquake map, see what's going on with the earthquakes. See here. Yeah, 6.2 magnitude earthquake in Guatemala. I think I'm gonna slow down the chat or speed up the chat a little. What do you guys think? Angela Commander, thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. I hope you're having a great Friday night. I hope you have something fun planned for the weekend. Thank you so much for the donation. I'm going to speed up the chat a little because there's less people in here now. Thanks again, Angela. Appreciate it. Justin Wenzel, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Sierra Star, I see she's still in here. Cat's 1964 still in here. Good to see you guys. Mama of 6 is still up. Let me see. I'm gonna just check the earthquakes here. Oh wow. Yeah, 6 point. They're saying 6.1, and the USGS is saying a 6.1 right now in Guatemala. Let's see. I'm gonna put it on the screen. I'm just gonna zoom in on these. Actually, I don't know if we need to zoom in on the guardsmen. Let's see. Just checking the flight track. See what's going on with the flights. It's pretty quiet right now over the U.S. It's pretty quiet. Usually this time it's pretty quiet usually, unless they're flying with transponders off. Looks like it's interesting. We have a U.S. Air Force C-130J going to the Red Sea from Cyprus. That's interesting. That's usually I think they use those for the special operations. We have a P-8 that just oh wait, not Cyprus. What am I saying? Crete, not Cyprus. We also have a P-8 that's looks like it's heading up to Norway. I'm not saying not Norway, Romania. That's how you know I'm tired. French government plane here. Looks like it just left. Where did it come from? Is that India? Yeah, India. Interesting. Let's see if I can put this on the screen here. I'm going to share the quake map. Look at the quakes. Looks like it seems to be an active night for quakes. Earth Angel Anna says it's Friday night, almost bar close time for karaoke. That's funny. Good old karaoke. Yeah, it's late here too. Mama J, thank you for the donation. Let's look at some of these quakes here. So we got a 6.1 magnitude earthquake in Guatemala here. Wow. It was pretty deep, though. It was 108 kilometers deep, so very deep quake. But still, that's pretty unusual for Guatemala. I don't think. Then we had a 5.1 in Turkey. Turkey had a big one. Let's see what else. Tajikistan had a 4.5. Looks like Papua New Guinea had a 5.5. Micronesia had a 5.1. 5.3 in Japan. 4.9 in Ascension Island. Interesting. Ascension Island is such a cool place. All those little islands, like in the middle of the ocean, are just so bizarre. It's like this in the middle of the sea. You just have this island. It's so crazy. That would be a good place to go during World War III. Just go on the middle of an island, a bit, have your own little island to yourself with a bunker. As long as you have food, you're good to go. Or local wildlife. You can catch fish. We had a 4.2 in California Thursday. Interesting. What song would you do karaoke? Oh man, I don't know. A lot of different songs, Anna. A lot of different songs. It's a good question, but it would be pretty embarrassing. Mama of 6 says, Greg, I need to, let's see. Greg, I need to go to bed. I'm watching my grandsons in the morning. Good night and thank you. Thank you, Mama of 6, for staying up. I appreciate it, and I'll see you next time. Have a great day with your grandsons. Enjoy. Justin Wenzel, wow, thank you for gifting 50 memberships. That's incredible. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Actually, you gifted 60 memberships. Wow, it's amazing. Earth Angel Anna says, I would love to live on my own island too. Yeah, that would be awesome. You would definitely need someone with you, because by yourself that you would go nuts. You'd need someone to stay with you. Preferably someone of the opposite sex. Gypsy Stacker, anything going on with that midnight situation at the Texas border? Yeah, it's already past midnight, so we haven't seen any U.S. military forces rolling in. We'll have to wait and see what happens, but so far it's quiet. So we'll see if Biden decides to deploy the military or martial law or federalize the thing. I don't know. Oh, it's a black screen. Sorry about that. You should see it now. My apologies. Yeah, there was a 5.3 on the Izu Islands in Japan, 5.3 earthquake, 5.1 in Micronesia. Looks like this plate boundary here, along that boundary there. Papua New Guinea had a 5.5. So some strong quakes in the Western Pacific. But this is interesting. On Ascension Island, there was a quake right there on Ascension Island. That's really interesting. It was pretty shallow. It was a 4.9, and it was shallow, 10 kilometers. It's pretty interesting. Got the satellite on this too. We can zoom in and see specifically where this thing hit. It's like in the middle of the ocean. Wow. There was a quake near Puerto Rico. That's interesting. But yeah, 6.1 in Guatemala. There was a 2.7 in Texas. I wonder if that's due to hydrofracking. 3.1 in Squamish, Canada. 3.0 in California. And then there was, looks like 4.2 also. So like a little earthquake swarm here today in California. It looks like there were like 3 or 4, it looks like 4 quakes today. Where is that? It looks like it's north of San Francisco. Yeah, north of San Francisco. Little earthquake swarm there. Can I see any action in those buses? I'd have to zoom in and see. They have tinted windows, so it's hard to see inside of them. It looks like they're coming from Mexico. We have those National Guardsmen there. Could zoom across to the other side. Looks like this is the river. And during the day, you would see so much more because these lights kind of create. Oh, look, the guardsmen are walking around. Check it out. Looks like they have some paperwork they're doing. Guardsmen, National Guard. See, I'm going to put the flight tracker back on. Let's see. Let's check if there's any updates here. Just checking different sources here. See what's going on in Asia right now. See if there's any updates from Taiwan. Ring of Fire is definitely active today. Yes, that's what I was looking for. The word, the Ring of Fire. Yeah, very active. A couple of quakes right on that Ring of Fire. Yeah, that's right. Right in the Western Pacific. What's going on? Surviving the Dark. Thanks for the update about the jets. Thanks for all the updates. I appreciate it. Travis Air Force Base. I'm hearing jets, a lot of jets at Travis. I'll definitely check. Justin Wenzel, thanks for the donation, man. Really appreciate it. Tell me how I sit about 30 miles northwest of Minneapolis. What do you mean? Are you talking about for nuclear war? If you're in a safe location? Yeah, Minnesota doesn't have any major nuclear war targets. Pretty much the Great Lakes states are pretty safe as far as nuclear war goes. The good news with the Great Lakes states is that there's a lot of forested terrain, especially in the northern parts, relatively low population. You do have Minneapolis, but Minneapolis is not like a massive city. I mean, it's a big city, but it's not like New York or LA or something or Chicago, So I think you're in a pretty good position. The biggest thing you need to worry about, though, would potentially be fallout coming from Minot Air Force Base. That's where we have one of our missile fields in north central North Dakota. We have one of our missile fields. We have the 91st Missile Wing in Minot. So you'd have to potentially have a good fallout shelter in that situation if the fallout blows to your area, because you're not too far from there. So that would be one thing to worry about. But otherwise, you're in a pretty good spot. I would say if you could buy a couple of acres of land in northern Minnesota, in the really forested part of northern Minnesota, buy like even just 1 acre or even half an acre right next to some state land or federal land, and put a little cabin on it, or maybe just have a little trailer, or camper that you can tow out there. And if it's SHTF, you can bug out with your camper and just park it on that little piece of land. That would be your best case scenario. And then obviously you're going to need a snowmobile. Being in Minnesota, you're definitely going to want a snowmobile. Definitely going to want at least 2 chainsaws for firewood. You're definitely going to want to have a wood stove. But that would be your best option. Thanks again for the donation and all the memberships tonight. I appreciate it. Shell Star says it's 7:07 a.m. in Scotland. Time to get some sleep. Take care, y'all. Okay, Shell Star, thanks for tuning in. Wow, Scotland, that's incredible. I can't believe people watch me from all over the world. It's so cool. Scotland is just incredible. Beautiful countryside there. I would love to visit Scotland, Ireland. Really nice places. Scottish Highlands. I'm jealous. I'm jealous of you. You live in such a beautiful country. What's going on, JP? How's it going? I have a little land that I dug a pretty deep and big hole underground and just dug a pump well when I felt like my living space was deep enough. Andreas Arabar says, greetings from Sweden. Wow, Sweden. What part of Sweden? Are you in like southern Sweden, northern Sweden? Which part of Sweden? Sweden has some beautiful countryside as well. What's going on, Simon Lacey? Thanks for the support. Thanks for watching my videos. I appreciate it. Laura Miller, what's going on, Laura Miller? Tuning in from Currituck, North Carolina. Which part of North Carolina? Is that coastal or in the mountains? Or are you in the middle? Yeah, Travis Air Force Base. Let me see. Let me see what's going on over there. Travis Air Force Base looks quiet right now. So they must be flying with their transponders off. Yeah, it's quiet. Nothing going on over Travis Air Force Base. They must be flying with their transponders off. That's what it is. Michael Sutton, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. I appreciate it. Trump has to pay $83 million. Yeah, it's insane. I know. I heard about that. That's insane. Or was it 83 billion? I thought it was 83 billion. It's insane. Let's see here. What other breaking news do we have? Let's see what's going on. We got this geomagnetic storm. Let's see if there's any update on the space weather front. No new updates there. Looks like still could see some auroras possibly through tomorrow. $15 ago. Okay, yeah, I don't see anything there. I don't know. Becca Linnington says everyone's distracted by the Gypsy Rose chick. Gypsy Rose. Yeah, that's a weird situation with her. Well, yeah, very strange situation about her. Gypsy Rose. Very weird story. $83 million from a liberal judge with a liberal jury. Good evening from Vancouver Island. Good evening. How's it going? Oh yeah, Vancouver. It's what is it? It's probably just before midnight, right? Gypsy Rose. She was. You got to read about it if you just search it. Gypsy Rose has a Terminator eye. What does that mean, Terminator eye? Michael Gale. Good night, man. Thanks for tuning in. Dave Harvey says, disabled vet here. Can't wait to get back in action. Yeah, Gypsy Rose, I guess she like murdered her mom or something. But she had like brain damage due to premature birth, so she had the mental capacity of a 7-year-old. I don't know, just some weird stuff. Weird stuff. I don't know, weird story. You can read about it yourself. Very strange. Strange and sad at the same time. See, I'm just checking for updates here, see if there's anything going on. Maybe is the chat going too fast? Maybe I got to slow the chat down again. Looks like the chat's going pretty fast. I might slow it down. I'm gonna do once a minute. Chat is good. Okay. I slowed it down just a little. Cobra 47 is combat sentry in Eastern Japanese airspace now. Oh, that's a good catch. Let's check it out. Where is it? Cobra 47. Not sure I see it. Where is it? Up here? Oh, yeah. That's a good catch. That's pretty rare. Wow. That's interesting. Very interesting. Thanks for sharing. That's really interesting. Definitely have to keep an eye on it, see where it goes. Wow. So far, it's quiet at the border. No major incident going on. So far, it's quiet. Biden hasn't sent the military in. Dave Harvey says, Greg, how do I send dollars to you? There's a PayPal link at the top in the chat. And also under the video, I have a PayPal link if you want to send me a tip. Thank you. I appreciate that. And thanks for your sacrifices. Sorry to hear that you got disabled in the line of duty. I hope that you get better soon. Oh, thank you, Dave. Thank you, Dave. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'd love to go visit Texas and hang out in Texas. I think Texas is an awesome place. Lots of patriots there. Lots of land, Lots of gun owners. Yeah, I like Texas. Lots of hunting. Lots of good places to go off road. I'm just amazed there's so many people still staying up with me. Thank you guys. Thanks for the company. Thanks for the company. There's going to be a lot more streams like this year. We got so much going on, but I might try to invest in some equipment so I can do more of these types of long-term streams. It's fun to hang out with you guys. I enjoy it. It's a good way to spend a Friday night, I would say. I enjoy it. Wow, Dave Harvey, thank you so much for that donation. I really appreciate it. That's really nice of you. Man, thanks so much. If I ever go down to Texas, I'll definitely let you know. Thank you for that donation. I really appreciate it. And thanks for your sacrifices to our country. Thank you so much. What part of Texas are you from, Dave? Are you in Eastern Texas, Western Texas? Rodney Middleton says, well, it's only 5:24 p.m. in Australia. Wow, you guys are 13 hours ahead, 15 hours ahead. That's insane. Wow. Yeah, so it's evening time over there. Here it's like really early in the morning or very late at night. Um, check out the buses. Okay, yeah, I'll see what's going on with these buses here. I might actually also check out the Mexican side. You guys want me to put on the Mexican side? We could look at the Mexican side, see what's going on there. Let me see if I can get the Mexican side. Actually, I don't think I can get it. Mexican side. Yeah, I think these buses are just parked here. I don't know if they're waiting to go through or what. Um, it's not a border patrol bus. It's some kind of, let's see, Skyline Charter. Skyline Charter is what it says on the bus there. I think Skyline Charters, something like that. And then Del Rio. Looks like Skyline Charter. We got the guardsmen. They just opened this gate here for some reason. Now they just closed it. Going back in their trucks to, I don't know what, watch movies or something. Past the time. Scotty says Russia's reporting that Ukraine hit a Russian military training base. Was that the strike in Crimea? I'm assuming that's what it is. Contract buses, from your understanding. New Insight says my 45 caliber Judge Taurus fires some 410 slugs, same size slugs as my Mossberg. Yeah, that's a cool revolver. Dave Harvey says the piney woods, lots of forest, lots of rain. We get 59 inches of rain here per year. Wow. That's a lot of rain. That's more than here, I think, or around what we get. I think we get like 40 or 50 inches. That's insane. 59 inches. Wow. That's a nice area over there. Eastern Texas there, the piney woods. That's a good, pretty safe location for SHTF. Thanks again for the donation, Dave, and thanks for your sacrifices. Anna says, Dave, some of us Yankees are not so bad. What's going on, Malyaka? How's it going? Good to see you. Black SUV in the parking lot. Okay, I'll check into that. I'm trying to see what's going on with the Russian training area that got hit by the Ukrainian missile. That's pretty big news. Let's see here. See, I'm just checking to see what happened here with the strike in Crimea. Yeah, looks like in Sevastopol looks like it got hit. Looks like Sevastopol got hit. Looks like today is International Holocaust Remembrance Day. January 27th, International Holocaust Remembrance Day. The United Nations is warning Israel of preventing aid from coming through into Gaza. They just warned Israel, I guess. So stupid. What time do the truckers come into Eagle Pass? Yeah, I haven't heard. Can someone find out about those truckers? I haven't heard anything about it when they're coming. Would be good to go live when they come in, so we could watch it on the cameras. Lindsay says yes, please. Isn't there a meeting in Taiwan and China today? I don't know. I haven't heard of anything. Maybe. JP says, good night, bro. You should get some rest. You've been doing a lot. Thank you, JP. I appreciate that. And good night. I'll talk to you soon. Yeah, what's going to happen at the border is we don't know. Biden may federalize. He may federalize the troops, the National Guard troops that Texas has under their control. He could federalize them. Possibly he could declare martial law. He could declare an insurrection and deploy the military. Got this National Guardsman here. Monday is supposed to be the truckers. Ron, thank you for praying for me. I appreciate it. I'm definitely going to keep doing what I'm doing. Absolutely. Can I explain what it means when the USA is sending nukes to Ukraine or to UK? Yeah, they're moving tactical nuclear weapons to Britain. The B-61 gravity bomb. B-61 gravity nuclear bomb. They're moving them to Britain. That's the primary nuclear weapon that NATO has in their arsenal. So they're moving B-61s to the UK, which they haven't had them there in over 15 years. So the B-61s are deployed by fighter jets They have a blast yield of up to over 300 kilotons, so they're a massively powerful weapon. 300 kilotons. It's crazy. Here's actually a picture of a fighter jet with one carrying one. Let me see if I can put it on the screen. This is an F-15 here. Let me see if I can get that up on the screen. What happened here? Hold on. So that's an F-15 with a B-61 underneath it. Okay, attached to it. That's a gravity nuclear bomb. Okay. Let's see if I can make it bigger. So that orange thing, that's a B-61. It might be just a trainer bomb that they're practicing with. Let me see if we can see something here. Can actually zoom in. That's the B-61 right there. This is a F-15. It's F-15. Okay, so 300 kilotons or more of power in that thing. Massively powerful. Lots of power. See, what else could we see about the B-61 here? I would play some videos for you guys, but with YouTube, copyright and all that, it really limits what I can do here on these streams. Unfortunately. Oh, here's a good one. Here's a good little picture. This is a funny article. Some of these British magazines and newspapers are so funny the way they write things. Explain the B-613 is the first gravity bomb to unleash the size of The Pentagon is updating a new model. The B-6113 will phase out nuclear war with current units. Pentagon back in November. The week that it is developed that is 24 times more powerful than the new Hiroshima as implied B. The variant, the one to their target rather than being guided. The NOM will have been expelled as its predecessor, the Cold War era B-61 Mod 7, estimated to be 360,000 tons of TNT with a blast radius of roughly 190,000 feet, the length of 2 Manhattans. Wow. We'll essentially see the same B-61 Mod 7 warhead put into a new casing. Unlike the older model, the new bomb will feature modern safety and control features and an upgraded tail kit to help it fall straight and hit the target. So they're going to use the B-61 Mod 7 warhead, and they're going to add the tail kit and the guidance kit of the B-61 itself. So here we have some more detailed information. Absolutely insane, the difference. Look at the difference between the Hiroshima bomb versus the B-6113. The Hiroshima bomb was almost 10,000 pounds. The B-61 is only 824 pounds, but it has a destructive force of 360,000 tons of TNT. That's crazy. How many sticks of dynamite do you think that is? 360,000 tons of TNT. That's like a million sticks of dynamite. That's incredible. That's insane. Wow. Absolutely insane. But these are some of the weapons that they're going to be moving into. They're going to be moving into the UK. So, wow. So, there can't leave report the ripping spring. Am I staying live all day? About leaving it up. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I leave while I go to sleep so you guys can hang out in here? What do you think? I can leave it up if you want. The only thing is these cameras, these security cameras, they time out. So I don't know if that it might I might just actually shut it off and let the computer take a break, and then maybe tomorrow during the day I'll restart it and leave it on during the day. I don't know. My mic is reverberating. Okay. You mean, is it like two mics? I'm cutting out. Okay, mic is clipping. It's cutting in and out. Okay, yeah, maybe my computer's just overloaded with all all this stuff going on here. I think it's probably that freaking Daily Mail article. They always put a ton of ads in there. Clogs up the computer. So I think I'm going to wind it down, guys. I think I'm going to wind it down. I don't know if I'll probably, my sound is good now. Yeah, I think I'm going to wind it down. If I restart it tomorrow, I'll probably restart it sometime in the afternoon or in the evening. Probably sometime in the evening, I'll restart it again. Maybe at like, I don't know, 8 o'clock, something like that. I don't know. Yeah, thank you guys for donating to the channel. Thanks for the support. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for staying, and appreciate it. Yeah, it's gonna be a crazy day, so I think we all need to get some rest, and I think it's gonna just get crazier and crazier. So no sense in burning ourselves out now. Arnold says Lee KLW reports that there's illegal immigrants crossing the border in New York. Interesting. That's interesting. So thanks again, Dave Harvey, for your donation. I appreciate it. Shane says 100% rain here tomorrow. I got nothing else to do but sleep in. Yeah, it's supposed to rain here too. No problem, Kay Mitchell. I try to stay on top of the news as much as I can. No problem. But yeah, I might restart it tomorrow evening sometime, or maybe tomorrow afternoon. I'll see. Thank you guys for all the donations. I really appreciate it. Angela, Commander, everybody else, thank you guys. Conrad, what's going on, Conrad? Thank you, Kinkoi, for moderating. T.W. Perry, Rodney Middleton, thanks for tuning in. Dave Harvey, thank you guys. Crow TN, thank you. Lay Pennington, Sunkissed, thank you, Sunkissed. Appreciate it. So I'm gonna shut it down, and I'll be back. I'll be back during the day with more updates, and I may go back live tomorrow night again. So Cats 1964, good to see you. Thanks for staying up all night. Thank you guys, and sleep well, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. God bless. And don't forget the 3 Ps: prepare, practice, and persevere.